Apologies for the few minutes delay this morning. The reason for the delay is twofold. One, I saw counsel in chambers to arrange some logistics and to plan the day as there were some developments. The videos that we played yesterday were provided to me overnight. I could watch them, but we realized that because of the sound quality, Ms. Nkabai had a disadvantage. So we're making arrangements to manage that situation, to provide for an opportunity for her to consult with the client over the weekend. So we're going to move our things slightly around. Mr. Harmsa, you were not upstairs when Ms. Nkabai and Ms. Herman came to see me. I suggested that we conclude with this video evidence, and thank you, I believe you brought a device that will assist us. And then at 11 o'clock, Dr. Zimri, I know, will be here. I further suggested, because I think it's Colonel Pretorius that will be dealing with your client's statement. Apparently he's in Cape Town, so he's not going to make it on time. Suggested that they might get the videographer, who will be a local person, to present the video, and then on Monday, Colonel Pretorius will testify. I don't know whether that was discussed with you.
It wasn't, but it's in order.
Is that in order? Good. Thank you then. Ms. Smith, I hope you're better. Good. Thank you, Ms. Edelman.
State calls Captain Seacoy. Captain Seacoy is in the witness room.
The quality, when I viewed the videos on my own devices, were much better.
I'm glad, my lord. We also found the same. But I can also advise court that the device Mr. Harmsa has helped us with has enhanced sound quality far better than what we had yesterday.
Thank you. The witness is still under oath.
Captain, we've watched the video of the taking of the statement yesterday. I want you to please confirm, do you still have the document with you?
That's correct, my lord.
Was this document duly signed by Mr. Van Ryn at the conclusion?
That is heeltemal correct, so
That's completely correct, my lord.
We also noted,
Mr. Jantjies, the English is the language of record, so we need to get your voice clearly on record. You were either sitting too far away from the microphone, or it's currently on the other side. Yes, thank you.
thank you, my lord. This document was signed by both yourself and Mr. Van Ryn, confirm that?
That's correct, Your Lord.
Correct, my lord.
What happened at the conclusion of the taking of the statement?
At the conclusion of the statement, I requested ek het die beskuldigde gevra om ek het dit teruggelees aan hom
I asked the accused, I read it back to him,
en na die teruglesing na ek dit teruggelees het,
after I've read it back,
het die ondertekening deur beide myself en die beskuldigde
it was undersigned by both myself as well as the accused.
What became of the accused?
Die beskuldigde was daarna weer deur die sergeant wie hom gebring het teruggevat na die sel.
The accused was taken back to the, after that, the accused was taken back to the sergeant who brought him.
And what did you do with the document that you completed?
Ek het die bekentenis of die dokument eerder
My lord,
aan ek dink aan kaptein Lombard oorhandig.
I think the documents or the confession to Captain Lombard.
Was that the last time you had any dealings with this case?
Dis korrek eerder.
That is correct, my lord.
Now, we see from the video, there were moments when you were conversing with Mr. Van Ryn,
Dis korrek eerder.
Correct, my lord.
and those have not been noted on the document. You confirm that?
Dis korrek eerder.
Correct, my lord.
Why wasn't those conversations noted in the document?
Eerder ja, dat ek het dit nie neergeskryf hier en vra om verskoning daarvoor eerder.
My lord, I apologize for that. I did not write it down, my lord.
Maar dit was op videoband ook vasgelê.
But it was recorded on the video. It was also recorded on the video.
Let's interrupt you. Captain, I note what you say. You don't have to feel bad about it at this stage. Relax. I had the opportunity of viewing both of the videos because it was recorded in two parts. And subject to what happens further in cross-examination and my final evaluation of the evidence, I got a much better idea of the atmosphere in the room where you took the statement and the conversations that went between yourself and Mr. Van Ryn. I want you to understand that. I want you to relax.
Thank you, my lord.
After cross-examination and ultimately argument in the trial within a trial, I'll have to assess it. Because we have the dual recording, we have the video and we have the document. There's also lessons to be learned in this process. Because I can see that you're concerned, but you don't have to panic about it. Ultimately, when a court evaluates evidence, you do it holistically. Don't nitpick here and there when the evaluation takes place. And the reason I'm explaining this to you is because I don't want you to be defensive. What we need to have is the truth in the context of what happened.
Ek verstaan dit so eerder.
I understand as such, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. The state is indebted to the court for its understanding. Thank you. I have nothing further for the witness. Thank you, my lord.
I know we're not going to proceed with cross-examination of the witness today, so I'm going to ask a few questions to
Certainly.
clarify. So you confirm the document that's exhibit double J was the one that was completed by you?
Dis korrek, Your Honor.
Correct, my lord.
Did you have an opportunity again to review the video recordings?
Ek het wel eers gisteraand ook self deur die
Only last night, my lord, I also
video footage gegaan.
got the opportunity to view the video footage.
Do you confirm that what's reflected on the video was what happened in the room?
Dis bevestig ek die Here.
Confirmingly so, my lord.
Besides yourself, Mr. Van Rijn, and the videographer, was there anybody else in the room?
Net toe my kollega
Only when my colleague,
wie die beskuldigde na die kamer waar ek sy verklaring op terwyl sy bevestiging geneem het,
who was there when the accused confirmed the statement,
was dit daarna net myself, die beskuldigde en die video-operateur.
after that it was only myself, the accused, and the videographer of the video operator.
Now, I could not see, I saw when the accused entered the room, I could not see any restraints on his legs. Did he have any restraints on his feet or his legs at any stage?
Eerlijk, ek het slechts waargeneem dat hy met handboeien ingekom het.
My lord, I only observed that he only came in with the handcuffs.
And we've noted on the video when you asked for somebody for the keys and the handcuffs were removed.
Dis korrek, Eerlijk, want ek wil graag die beskuldigde gemakkelijk laat voel het.
That is correct, my lord, because I really wanted to have the accused comfortable.
How far from you was the accused seated? It seems on the video that you were quite close, but it's difficult to judge the distance that he was from you.
Eerlijk, het nie rechtig ver van my af gesit nie. Ek het aan die hoof van die tafel gesit.
My lord, he did not really sit very far away from me. I sat on the main side of the table,
En hy het aan die ander kant van die tafel, omtrent, ek sal sê, 2 of 3 armlengtes, as ek
En
kan beskryf hier.
he sat on the other side of the table. I would say that 1 to 2 arms away from me.
It looked closer on the video, but let's accept that. Reason I'm asking you this, during this process, some stages his arms were on the table,
Dit is korrek, Eerlijk.
Correct, my lord?
and there were other stages where he actually lifted his hands above his head, giving sighs and stretching.
Dit is korrek, Eerlijk.
Correct, my lord?
Now we know that before he came to you, he saw Dr. Nell.
Dit is korrek, Eerlijk.
That is correct, my lord?
Did you peruse the J88 before you took the statement, or during the course of that interaction?
Sover as wat my kennis strek, Eerlijk,
As long as to my knowledge, my lord,
het ek glad nie die J88 gesien.
I did not see the J88 at all.
Now again, I'll explain to you why I asked the question.
Asseblief, Eerlijk.
Yes, please, my lord.
you specifically inquired from Mr. Van Rijn about injuries.
Dis korrek, U Edele.
That is correct, my lord.
On page 13 of 26. Middle of the page. You inquired whether he had any injuries. And he said no.
Dis korrek, U Edele.
That is correct, my lord.
And then, of course, the next question was not applicable because he said he had no injuries.
Gevolgelijk, die tweede vraag was nie van toepassing nie, want hy het alreeds gesê dat hy geen beserings opgedoen nie.
Right?
Ek sal sê dit was van toepassing, want die proforma self maak
Nee, nee.
voorsiening
No,
daarvoor.
I understand that. Don't be concerned about what's written down. I'm just trying to get the context. Because we know when he walked in, and it could be because of the space, because I don't know the space behind the chair, because he came in from an area where you were seated behind you, and then had to get behind the chair and then went to sit. I got the impression he was limping when he walked in.
Dis bevestiging, het ek so iets agtergekom hier.
I confirm that, my lord, as you discover it.
But also, so let's first stop there. Did you notice it, that he was limping or walking with difficulty? And as I said, from what I see on the video, it could be because of the space. It was a tight space to move in, or
Ek dink nou daaraan, U Edele,
I only think about it now, my lord.
dat toe hy ingekom het,
When he entered,
het ek nie gesien dat hy enigstens gelimp het nie,
I did not see whether or not he's got any lump whatsoever,
maar dat ek wel gister,
but only yesterday,
gedurende die speling van die video,
during the viewing of the video,
dit gesien het dat hy effens 'n limp
I saw that he had a slight lump, my lord.
that's fine, if you didn't notice it at the time. Because we're sitting now with an armchair view of it. It's not in the heat of the moment. But more importantly, he was dressed in a short sleeve t-shirt or top,
Dis korrek, U Edele.
and
Correct, my lord?
his arms were exposed.
Dis korrek, U Edele.
Correct, my lord.
Now we know that when he was examined by Dr. Nell, shortly before you saw him, Dr. Nell observed bruises on the arms below the elbow, on the inner side of the arms. Did you notice that at all?
Nee, U Edele.
No, my lord.
I also tried to zoom in on the videos, and I couldn't see it. It could be because of the lighting, etc. But you say you didn't see that at all.
Nee, U Edele. Ek het wel toe miskien aangeneem dat toe hulle die boeie afhaal,
No, my lord, I assume that when they remove the cuffs,
dit miskien kan effens, dat die weer effens te styf was, maar dit is basis al wat ek kon agterkom hier.
That the cuffs could have been a little bit tight, but that is all I noticed, my lord.
I described him lifting his arms above his head and stretching more than once. And I still couldn't see it on the video. Now turning to the wrists, and I'm going to give you the context why I'm asking the question.
Seker,
It was put to Captain Lombard that during the interrogation, the accused was assaulted and tortured, using the collective for it. And he was handcuffed, and then the outstretched arms, looped over the knees, locked in there, pole put through, and then swung around, and this happened repeatedly over a number of hours. So there would have been pressure on the handcuffs. It was also put to some of the other witnesses that there would have been marks there. Did you see any marks on his wrists?
nee, nee.
No, my lord.
Now again, I zoomed in. I couldn't see anything. You've been in the police force for a while.
Dis korrek, Heer Lord.
Correct, my lord.
How many times have you seen in your 33 years and 10 months people that have had handcuffs on for a while, for a continuous period?
Ek wil net sekerheid kry oor die vraag.
My lord, I just want to get the certainty as to the question.
How often would you have seen in your 33 and almost 34 years as a police officer, people that have had handcuffs on for a continuous period?
Mense met boeie op hulle
Yeah.
kan nie tel nie, maar telkens eerlik.
I can't give
Hele paar kere.
quite a few times, my lord, but I cannot give you the number, but quite a few times.
Now you told us you thought that maybe the handcuffs were a bit tight before they took it off. Did you see any sign of a person having been in cuffs for a prolonged period, and then coupled with that, what I've described to you, how he was hung and swung?
Ja, eerlik, ek
Yes, my lord.
neem aan
I assume
dat die beskuldigde van die polisiestasie afgekom het
that the accused came from the police station
en dat die beskuldigde heel waarskynlik
and the accused, I probably,
in boeie geplaas was by die polisiestasie
he was handcuffed at the police station
en hulle het hom gebring van die polisiestasie af na die seaborde
and they
police.
brought him from the police station to the seaborder office.
So dit kan dalk wees dat hy of die boeie liewer even styf was of al was dit ook nie styf nie.
It could be that the handcuffs were a little bit tight, albusted,
Nie te styf nie.
too tight.
Maar dit sal 'n presentasie van 'n pressure op enige persoon vir dit matter
It will have some percentage of pressure
wat in
to
boeie
any person
geplaas word.
who's handcuffed.
Ja, dit sal dit veroorsaak van
It will cause it.
Did you see any signs on the wrists? Because remember I indicated yesterday he had his hands on the table, had his arms folded, he was moving his hands close to you. Did you see any signs?
eerder nie toe ek versoek Susan Matiwani versoek het om die boeie te verwyder.
My Lord, not at the time when I requested Sergeant Matiwani to remove the handcuffs.
Het ek geen sigbare signs gesien.
I did not see any visible signs
Die blote oog.
with the naked eye.
Ms. Herriman, I've asked a number of questions. We're not going to do the cross-examination today. Do you have anything else from the witness? No. Good. So, Captain, we're not going to do the cross-examination of you today because Ms. Nkabai must have a fair opportunity to, now that the accused have seen the video, to consult with him. So arrangements are being made that consultation will take place on the weekend. So you'll unfortunately have to come back on Monday.
Noteer het so hier.
And the prosecutor will advise you as to the time and so forth when you need to be here. Because we haven't started the cross-examination, she would still be entitled to consult with him.
Noteer so hier.
Apologies that you have to come back.
Geen probleem hier.
But
No
as you
problem.
know, this is an important part of the case.
Seker.
Surely, or certainly, my Lord.
Even though on the face of it, what was told to you does not amount to a confession in law, it might be extremely detrimental to the accused if he's not treated fairly in this process, because there are admissions as to the offences that he's charged with. Thank
I
you.
understand, my Lord.
Thank you. I shall see you on Monday. Safe travels.
Baie dankie.
Thank you very much.
Lord, I have been informed by the investigating officer that the videographer in the police statement is on his way. May I please request that we take at least a 10-minute adjournment to allow him to be here? He will be here.
And to set up.
In the meantime, we will set up. Thank you, my Lord.
So, whilst we're waiting, I'm going to use the time to explain to Mr. Van Rijn what's going to happen. I requested my registrar. So we need to interpret to him
Ek het my gevraag gevra
to prepare a letter
om 'n brief voor te berei
to the head of the prison
na die hoof
at
van die
Malmesbury
gevangenis, na die hoof van die gevangenis in Malmesbury,
to facilitate consultation with your counsel as well as an interpreter.
om die konsultasie vir u regsverteenwoordiger sowel as 'n tolk te reël.
I've also requested that the letter must include
Ek het ook versoek dat hierdie brief insluitend in hierdie brief
that they allow Ms. Nkabai
dat juffrou Kabai word toegelaat
to bring electronic devices into the institution.
om haar of elektronische toestellen naar die gestig te brengen of inrichting te brengen.
So there will be a consultation with you on Sunday
Daarvoor dat gaat daar een consultatie met u zondag.
at Malmesbury.
De Malmesbury.
Prepare yourself
Bereid u voor
to be available
om beschikbaar te wees
and to cooperate.
en uw
With the
samenwerking
legal
te verleen.
Do you understand?
Verstaan u dit?
Good. Mr. Paulus, Mr. Harmse will inform you after I've taken the adjournment what's going to happen now. So I'm going to take an adjournment, not going to give a time. It's now 13 minutes past 9, but for good order with the public having to gain access to the room, I'm going to take the adjournment to not earlier than 9:30. So by 9:30 we're going to resume. Hopefully everything will be in order. If there's a slight delay, we will inform everyone there's a slight delay. We're trying to get a witness here and to set up the equipment when we will then introduce into evidence a video recording of an interview that was held with Mr. Apollos. That's what's going to happen. Thank you until 9:30 then. Court adjourned. the disappearance of Joshlin, that's not his own knowledge, but rather he was told to say that.
Indeed, my lord, that's my instructions. Thank you, my lord.
Thank you. Ms. Ehrman, do you have anything to add? Good. So the background to this is as follows. When we were planning during the course of last week that the videos of the statements will be played in the trial within a trial, concerns were expressed that because of the media attention in this matter and the fact that people have already distorted some of the facts, that the accused might be prejudiced if it's not put in the context, because we are dealing at a trial within a trial. It must still be tested. The request was made that I should order that this part and the crucial part in the statement be sealed at this stage. There's, however, no basis to do that. It's part of the court record, which is a public document. In the event that I had to place a bar on publication, another process had to be followed. Forget about the social media people that act on their own, but the media would have been entitled to bring an application to me to consider the access. And I couldn't see any basis in law to prevent that, the publication, on the face of it. So I asked Mr. Harmse to place it on record, and then I will have to make a call. I've decided as follows. Whatever publication is made of the statement, it must be prefaced by the fact that the accused will aver that that portion did not come from him. Must be remembered that he must still testify in this trial within a trial if he wants to, and I will still have to make a decision. So for now, it has not been found, and after it's been presented, that it comes from his own knowledge. So when the media publishes this, I'm ordering that it must be done in the context. It does not only, my directive and order does not only bind the mainstream media. Yes, there are faceless people publishing stuff, but it binds them too. Any publication that is contrary to this order might be met with contempt charges. I hope I've made myself clear. Thank you, Ms. Ehrman.
Thank you, my lord. State Court Sergeant May. My lord, he is witness number 26 on the witness list.
Come through, sir. You may swear in the witness.
Please give your full names to the court.
Musibuko Sylvester Kwame.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
No.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please raise your right hand and say, I do, so help me God.
Tixo nincede ndithethe inyaniso.
So help me God, what was with my Lord?
Thank
I
you.
shall answer all.
Thank you. You may be seated. Before you start the ceremony, Sergeant, I have to apologize to you that we brought you to court on such short notice and without prior notification.
Yabulela.
Thank you.
I suspect you've been called away from your normal duties from the field.
Injalo.
That's correct, ma'am.
Your cooperation is appreciated.
Siyabulela kakhulu ngethenjiswano yakho.
Yes.
Thank you, my Lord.
Thank you, Mr. Edmund.
Thank you, my lord. Mr. May, I understand that in the interim you've been promoted to a warrant, is that correct?
Rules and regs yokubana wena kwanguye wafumana ukumiselwa ngu-warrant officer.
Injalo.
That's correct.
The Honorable Court has already done what I was going to do, and thank you for attending court on such short notice. We appreciate it.
Inkundla seyenzile le nto beyisithi ndizawuyenza, siyabulela kakhulu ngokuza ke ixesha elifitshane okanye ubizwe ngexesha elifitshane ngohlobo.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask you to speak loudly and clearly into that mic because we are recording.
Bendizawucela ke bhuti uthethele phezulu apho kwimike kuba yonke into ethethayo ke iyarekhod. Uvile bhuti?
Kulungile.
Understood.
Can you please tell the Honorable Court for how many years have you been in the service?
Ungachazela inkundla ke ixesha elingakanani ukusenza lo msebenzi?
Kulo nyaka bendigqiba inantsika iminyaka engamashumi amabini anesithathu.
Amashumi amabini anesithathu. This year is 23 years.
You are currently based with the LCRC, is that correct?
Ngama kunjalo kwelaa cala ke le-LCRC.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
For the record, what does LCRC stand for?
Ngobufitshane ungasixelela ke into yobana i-LCRC ithetha ukuthini?
Ithetha ukuthi Local Criminal Record Center.
It's Local Criminal Record Center.
For how many years have you been with the LCRC?
Ixesha elingakanani upha e-LCRC?
Iqale ku-LCRC ngo-2004.
I started with the LCRC in 2004.
Have you ever given evidence in a high court before?
Ngaba ukhe wanikeza ngobungqina phambili enkundla ephakamileyo?
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, I have.
Very good. Now, on the 5th of March 2024, you were requested to be the videographer in a matter. Do you confirm that?
Nge-5 kaMeyi ngo-2024 unyaka ophileyo apho wacelwa ukubana ube videographer khona. Abo kunjalo?
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
The officer in charge was one Colonel Pretorius. Confirm that?
Umuntu ebephethe apho kanye officer in charge be-Colonel Pretorius. Ngaba kunjalo?
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
Okay, now we're going to take you to the video. Before that happens, my lord, may I please request that the original statement be handed in to form part of the record so that the court can follow whilst the video is being played.
I have no objection, my lord.
As it pleases the court. Indeed, my lord, that is correct.
Thank you. It's marked Exhibit KK. It's the customary form that we've become used to in this trial, the pages 1 through to 26. And I can see immediately that after page 17, there are 2 pages inserted on P21 paper, which I will just mark it a 1 and 2, as they are not part of the Roneo through to 26. Then, after page 20, there are a few pages inserted. There's 1 page inserted, so I'm going to mark that one 3 with my red pen. Just a quick look at it. It doesn't look as if there's anything else inserted.
Confirm that, my lord.
Good, thank you.
Very well. Now, before I start the video, may I please ask if the witness may, if he so wishes, to be seated on the other side so that he could view it as well?
Certainly.
Besizawucela nje kuzodlala ividiyo ngumtshutshisi becala ungahlala phayana ukwazi into yokubana ujonge into ezodlala apha kwividiyo mnumzana ungahlala kwesa situlo phaa.
Sorry, Madam. Sorry, Madam. I apologize. If one has to look at page 19, after page 19, there is another page.
After page 19, yours might be bound in differently to mine. Is that the page that says hoeveel sou jy van die 20,000?
Yes.
On my document, it's inserted after page 20. I take it was supposed to follow after page 19.
Mine doesn't have a page 20, Madam.
Page 20, the Roneo form.
So this,
You might have a missing page there.
yes, Madam. Mine ends with 19 of 26, and then there's a written part, as your lordship has referred to, field. So yay.
Do you have a 20 and 21 of the Roneo form?
Only a 21, my lord.
Not a 20.
Not a 20.
Could be with a copying that it's placed somewhere else. That's the one that has the question, die 20,000 rand waarvan jy praat, weet jy waarvoor dit was? There are 3 questions and answers on that page.
Sorry, my lord, yes, I see. I have a 20, but it's before the 19.
Yeah.
I've got an 18 and then a 20. I'll move the sequence, yes. Thank you, my lord. Then,
All right.
then that's 19, 20, and then there's the page that started with, you feel so if any 20,000 great, that will be marked then
So
as
that's the one
3.
I marked 3.
3, thank you, my lord. Thank you.
Thank you. The video will now be played.
Today is the 5th of March 2024. We are at Saldanha Seaporter, SCPS room number 2. We are here for the confession, Saldanha case 24 of 3, 2024. Your video recorder is number 054-138-0/0. Warrant Officer May, LSRC, Friedenberg. The time now is 10:35. Start recording.
Good afternoon. Is you now? Check one Apollos. Check one Apollos. Check one Apollos. Check one. Ekers. Kolonial territories. This one funds is serious and violent crimes in Kaap. Ek besoek kort daar hierso dus ek gerequest was om verkeerdenis by jou af te staan nie. Die Afrikaans spreken, ja man. voor ons met die formaliteit begin. En ek wil net hier waarsku van jou regte, né? Ook is in draai is in Engels, maar is Afrikaanse gedeelte. Die regel waar rest praktisch zijn, dat is nog een lawyer van jou te raadplegen, né? En die is zo logisch. Als je niet, je kan me voorstellen, kan die staat hier willen voorzien, bestaan zit, rest op. Wat is dat dan ook? Zo de kinderen procedure. Die regel die wetgeving van jou aan voor een hof, dat het toes, en ze kan aanzoek doen om vrijgelaten te worden. Goed wordt, whatever, ook als die omstandigheden dat wordt toelaten. Verstaan je? Dus die regel aangehouden wordt in een politie om mensen water behandeld te worden. Recht op kost, recht op slaapplicht, recht op omstandigheden, toilet, alles. Verstaan je? Dus die kennis geven wat die grondwet wil. De rechten wat die grondwet, dus die hoogste wet van Zuid-Afrika wil. En je kan ook bezoekers, dan kan je ook toelaten dat je eentje is een dokter of familielid van jou, levensmaat, naastbestaande of priest of iets. Je kan komen bezoeken zelf, verstaan je? De politie moet daar je toelaten. Ik die regel op stoot blijven en alles wat je zegt zal neergeschreven worden en kan die niet overbrengen worden. Ze is niet verplicht om een bekentenis of erkenning te doen, want als het tijdens die niet kan verplicht worden. Zij heeft die regel om binnen 48 uur voor over. Zo die politie zullen die wanneer de leeuwen gezegd. Organisatie. Met andere woorden, binnen voor je 28 uur beschrijft. Moet je nou overschrijven. Zo zijn ze nog ochtend, zo zijn het morgen. Morgen is woensdag, zondag, zo zijn goed. Geen woensdag, vrijdag moet je niet overschrijven. Daarna heb je voels een tijd verwoord, dan moet je vrijdag. En dan bij die hoop zal je hoop voor jou verwittig of je verder aangehouden wordt en of je vrijgelaten wordt. En je hebt die recht om vrijgelaten te worden indien het in belang van de rechter toelaat. Verstaan? En je kan in iedere tijd boven de rechten van je aandaling toe. Verstaan je? Zo jij zei jouw naam is? Zei hij?
Zei hij, CQ. UEN.
Apollos double P.
Double P.
Dit is Afrikaans gewaarschuwd van je rechte manier. Feiten. In je samen. Feiten we dat. Dit is nou. Die 40. Was het weer zo daarna. Artikel. Sien hy voor wat hulle jou vanoggend hier is hy omdat hulle jou van die pragtige waarsku. Hier waarsku jou weer van die regting dat ek die bekentenis hier van. En dan staan Wanneer die eerste blaai is, dis part deel A. By die Suid-Afrikaanse politiekantoor, dit is mos al daarna. Die skrif is vir die feite daar, aan maart 2024, 10:40, voor my is wat dat is my maximum, dat is my naam. Ik kan dan koloniaal aan in cultuur, ik is van die provinciale kennis en wel kosten. Die datum, die jaren was datum en afkomen op die vorm, ik heb het veranderd naar 2024. Want 2020 lang al op dit paragraf. De vorm is in Afrikaans en Engels, maar ik wil gaan niet concentreren op die Afrikaanse toestand. Oké, ik doe mijn aanstellingscertificaat voor het zo vooral waarschijnlijk volgende persoon Johannes Apollos. Namen checken. En nog een naam? Ruan. Arju. Kun je wat krijgt? Dat is een post. Dat is waar, van daarna. Ken je eigen nummer? Ja? Als je nog een keer. Taal is het Afrikaans. Wat is die hoogste standaard wat je besluit? Dat is 10, waar is de standaard 8? Kijk, zien ze hier, hier schrijf ze volg. Dus ik schrijf volg.
Mr. Adamson?
My Lord, I just wanted to place on record that if the time there, the last 2 or 3 minutes is just noted, it will be submitted that it is noticeable that his right hand is very swollen, or noticeably swollen, let me put that.
Can you just give us a timestamp?
Even before this, my Lord.
Yeah, but if we get this timestamp, because this is still there.
In that vicinity.
Just give us the timestamp.
Certainly, my lord. It's 00:11:37.
So 11 minutes and 37 seconds in. Thank you, Mr. Adamson. May I play?
Dit wat u ingebring het is die tekter waarom ons dan uitsnit met die was, né? Ja. Die fotograaf is waarom was aan by. Die sien hoe kom ons die fotograaf hier. Dat is niet voor de TV. Dat maar net dat in die hof, dat is alles verdekken, dat hij niet kan zeggen, ik heb jullie beïnvloed, om zekere goed te zeggen. Ja, nee, maar ik heb heel goed in die geschreven, en dan wat moet je ook aan de nadeel. So dat gaan net gespeeld worden in dingen in die hof worden. Het gaan aan nergens niet gaan. Misschien aanstaan, dus dan kom ik jongen mee doen. Dan kom ik voor toegraven. Dus ja. Kijk meneer, je is hier een jeugdige meneer. Die is niet jeugdig meneer. Die is niet wie jeugdig. Dit kan toepassen op een jeugdige. Een jeugdige is dan een 18 is. En dan heb je recht om je voor of je even voor of je even te doen. Ons gaan die fabriek van de tolk maken. Maar ik kan zeggen, we staan weer aan de kant. Oké meneer. Zie die ik als een officier niet toe. Mijn rang van, ik kan dan komen niet. Met andere woorden, ik als een, zeg maar, zij gaan naar land, dus zij doen een box als skulp. En dan verklaren voor een andere stap. Die verklaring was een brief af. Draag, zelf ook. Het was een brief van jou. Het is zelf, het draag, die zelf goed, dat was een voor een landroos af met jou. Eigenlijk met jou. Verstaan we dat? Ik heb dat voor die zaak te doen. Verstaan we dat? Ik kon een stukje die zaak doen. Zo zijn we bang te doen. As saya sih kalau pembina kalau kelar di kalau dia di sini usia di bawah visa saya di sini boleh sudah bukan pakai itu berkenan kemarin pastani perasaan gue bahasanya di timeline hati itu die rechter wat ik nog wel lees die blijven die rechter hier als ik tidak van die rechter nou gebruik is met de rechtsvertegenwoordiger te consulteren. Die rechtsvertegenwoordiger kan je adviseren of als je een verklaring afgeven. Indien ze niet een rechtelijke dooie kan bekostigen, kan je die legal het aanzoeken. Verstaan ze? Ja, meneer, verstaan. Wat zie je van de lawyer consult? Op een iedere tijd dat ik me stop en zeg, wacht, hold it, ik wil niet verder gaan. Verstaan ze? Er zijn ondachten en bij jou volle positieve. Dus dochter en bij mij volle positieve zijn. Pwede over de hele dat die tijdens wat die eigenlijk kan dingen worden verstaan. Wat die nog steeds wordt dan. Ja. Hard praat, dat moet ook niet. Die wordt voortaan. Oké, wat zit je iedere persoon aangeraakt om die verklaring af te nemen? Ja. Meneer, hoe heet dat? Toen je zei, je was niet aangeraakt. Was het iedere iemand beïnvloed of aangemoedigd om die verklaring af te nemen? Niemand toepassen niet. Het is enige beloftes aan die gemaakt en die zullen elkaar. En als hij niemand toepassen niet. Dat is wel ook dat was aan de gemaakt. En dat is die ook niet aan toepassen. Die vraag tot wat een mate die beloftes wat aan jou gemaakt is, wat een verklaring. Verwacht je daar nog voorbeelden als hij nog die verklaring zal hebben? Wat voor voorbeelden meneer? Als je misschien zou vullen, dan moet je een 17 minuten. Kun je wel net nog een mens hebben. João Freire, nós queremos que ele também está. Kalau habis terima ini nggak habis terima dan habis para yang baca buku. Anak mana pun cari apa. Vooral het water maken die binnen het feit dat die voordelen wordt wacht, brieven draagt op die beslissing van klaar achter. Met andere woorden, hij vraagt die maand was in operatie, omdat je of je moet vrienden. Zo zei je dan dat je nog wat achter kan je klaar afnemen, maar dan die of je moet vrienden. Kita jumlah muslim itu suhu kelar nanti typhoon. Ya. Kalau itu sih. Sudah itu juga setelah bersul kami kelar. Jadi nanti kelar. Is er van tevoren verklaren door die voorval aan iedere persoon? Ja, meneer. Aan wie en wanneer? En naar wat omstandigheden? Dat is verstaan. Polizia, Kalau kau tidak biar juga kelar apa? Kau tidak tahu. Ya, terus on bukan semuanya. Dia untuk berbagi tadi ke lain. Ina ko iba view was say what to say in the Ano woord en die man het jou voorgesê, sy sê so, dat dit gebeur nie moet wees. Ook die verklaring wat hy gaat afdoen. Is dit iets wat, is dit 'n spinnerstorie? Is dit iets wat hy gehoor het? En is iets wat hy self ervaar het, of wat is iets wat ek self ervaar het? Iemand met jou, iemand die jou gekryg, hoor jy, maak dit nie verklaring aan alles. En hulle jou gekryg, enige iemand van die polisie, om te sê, hoor jy, gaan ons nou bekentenis maak, want sy wil hy man gaat sê wat bekentenis gaat van, positief wordt, krijg ook aangaan, dan gaat sy sê. Iemand wil misschien zoeken. Dus als je niet kennis hebt, ja. Op deze manier. En wanneer is die gearresteerd? Volgende woord. Wat is het? Volgende. Die na gebaseerd, ek sien sy het pille hierso. Voetpille. Sê jy? Dan het voetpille. Wat het voet? Waar? Kom on, joh. Ik ben niet aan. De camera. Wat er goed is het? Mijn voet was over net te goed in. Zo. Jo. Nog analyseren? Ik zie ze was weer nou weer in de hospitaal. Ja. Ik denk ook met dokter, je ziet wat er. De dokter zei, hij goed inzetten. Even niet. We kunnen drinken. Het kan niet aanwezig. Drinken knie. Wat gaan aan? De kap.
Ja, maar niet dat dat meneer de politie heeft een interim.
Ook al dan hoor, zie je wat hij, maar die ook.
Die ook het in Bashir raad verstaan in hier van. Het heeft wat
Local ook,
een lamp ook. Het dat is verstaan op de oostpunt.
oké, dat is fijn. So jy sê jou voet het geslok. Hoe?
Maar ik wil maar niet dan. Ik kom niet weer. Ik plak je dan aan de keel op klep op de rapport. Op klep op de
Wat ook weer nog?
Ik voel het niet.
Polisie wil spring.
Ja.
Op jou linkerknie,
En dan kan ik niet meer.
wat het daar nie?
Ik heb vertapt, ik wil niet meer aan doen.
Jou linker oog,
En dan ook het ik zie om 18 mm toe. Ik straal ik in de politie aan dus om los te komen.
Sy meneer, as het beserings en hoe zijn die beserings gekom? Ja, wat uitput geword. Uitput. Die was die saak dat die polisie onderzoek. Maar as sulke mense, wat ondersoek al die sake waar die polismannen en sy aanraak. Sê maar jy wat nou aanraak die polisie, jy maak 'n saak. Dan kom uit en dan vat hulle die dokke. Voor dan as independent. Dat is wat die polisie, met ander woorde, jy hoef nie bang te wees om 'n saak te maak as die polisie aanraak. Maar anders, gaan die dan ondersoek. Ja, die wat independent is. Oké. En als er nou wel aangeraan was, of beïnvloed was, of het was aan de gemaakt, of die was beïnvloed om die verklaring te maken, dan kan zij ook bang zijn om het te zien. Je gaat het aanmelden, dan kan eigenlijk de onderzoek verstaan niet. Verstaan je dat? Is dat iets gebeurd, als je wil openbaar? Oké meneer, als je nog kiest om die verklaring af te leggen.
Mr. Raman, how many more minutes for this video?
Lord, 55.
So we're going to be, it's 22 now, it's another 55 minutes.
It's a further 55 minutes.
Further. So I'm not going to adjourn now, but I was just thinking about the doctor that we arranged for 11 o'clock. Maybe you should ask her to rather come at 12 if it's possible.
I will do so, my lord.
Instead of, because I don't want to interrupt the playing of the video.
Certainly.
Mr. Armse, you were jumping up and down.
My lord, I just wanted to take the opportunity while we stopped the video to just, I didn't want to stop it in the process when he was talking about the injuries and where the accused walked behind the Colonel Pretorius, he was limping.
Yeah,
I could see it twice. I just wanted to place it on record.
I could see that. Over and above that, the videographer also focused on the injuries, and at one stage he zoomed in on the face of the accused to show the eye.
Yeah. Thank you, my lord.
Yes, thank you. If it's impossible, just give me the heads up. If it's impossible to reschedule the doctor for 12 o'clock. Yeah,
Investigating
just give me
officer
the heads
report.
up and let's see how we can manage it. Good, thank you. You may proceed.
Ik zal het hier schrijven, zodat je even een geld laten weer. En dan kan als partijen in je hoofd verstaan. Als je nog wel iets in je klaar maakt, ja. Schrijven daar, ik heb nog wel even niet klaar gemaakt. Ik check goed. R-O-W-H-A-N. Apollos. Verklaar hiermee uit, meneer. Ik had me verteld. En nog meer woorden, ik zal het hier schrijven. Dus jullie verteld.
Meneer, dat was die zondagochtend, meneer. Ik was nog niet zeker, maar dat was omtrent zo'n 10 uur gegaan.
Oké, zoals ik praat en ik schrijf het meneer, maar je kan zien.
Ja.
Itu ada asgal. Rakyat. Aku itu unit juga. Saya cuma R-E-Q-U-E ya. Rakyat Smith.
Maar je zegt juist voor mij gezien dat ze is moe.
Ze is moe
van daughter to Joshlin. Sy grootma, ma, my nakantasang.
Casa.
Ja. En Joshlin se pa. Soos is sy naam. Wat aan mekaar kan weer vat van aan. Hulle wil net hê dat sy kind moet afgeven. En toe die maandag toe die alles moet aan die werk af van verlangs en soekom. Zo'n 12 uur paasklaar, dat aan het schieten. Dat is een paar jaar. Dus ze zijn van mij dat ze saya telah berada Makalimo. Makalimo. Ik moet voor Joshlin om nu na toe naar Makalimo toe. Als hij terug aan de weg wordt, dan zullen we dan terug aan de weg. Joshlin, ik noem van Joshlin omnemen. Ik ken Stefano wat voor deze is. Ik ken Stefano wat voor deze. Een kwart voor naar Irische kant. Ik ga even aan het gaan. Via gaan we.
Is Kelly?
Ik zei terug weer voor mijn aanstaan. Alleen het om. Reis, jij is je vrienden.
Sana?
Reis.
Reis. Jij is je vrienden.
Ze is niet vegan, Stefano, zo wordt het toch waar en hier gelopen. Dus je hebt weer van je, ik ken Stefano. Ik ken Stefano voor de meneer. En ik heb voor Joshlin al gezien, ze moeten samen komen. Say now so story of facility man. Say this out. Tupo mo pe makalimo alisa. Ipin Stephen mo Joshlin. Tu sei di fuori makalimo. My vrou verjaardag was die. Hier is Joshlin. Sy sê vir my kom in. Ingegaan, maar nie gesit en nie verstaan. En die vraag waar assistent makalimo. Hoe weet jy die storie nou? Sy het my gesê, sy makalimo. Makalimo conversation.
Ja, sy kom dus.
Sy het my gesê, sy het die klaar gepraat. En ek kan Stephen nooit weer uit. Joshlin het Joshlin het wel sy probeer speel by nog 4 ander klinieke en dat maar was. Stephen was die mooiste. So het ons verwacht tot ons aan die maakloze gehad van so het ons verwacht tot en met archieven zoals van mijn politie gehad van
Michael.
sure bring my mami is not for you ma sure dos va for my coach here okay when it not think no se en kiali su pass 5 and we got
Pass 5,
en ik kom niet vast aan weer krijgen. Dus ik moet vast aan worden. Meneer vast aan de krijgen, wordt het verboek meneer vast aan de worden. Ik Stefan op. Ja. Vast aan de worden. Jadi faskan dia rasa kira itu faskan apa gitu apa itu faskan dia itu rasa itu lepas buat itu yang aku kesulitan sampai kian. Ons aku tu kesulitan sampai. Ini kian itu. Ya, itu sulit terang komunikasi kalau mana. Itulah kan pas, kalau pas sih semuanya.
Wanneer was dit met aan?
Ja, tu kalau ada kan Stefano, di mana boleh sosial bersuci.
Fixer.
Fixer. Daarom had ik kan Stefano weer terug worden voor de. En was het opgegaan naar Stefano's huis toe. En was het die terras op stop door die noorden en tussen aangaan met de series. tot en met voorloodzing belama. Want deze tussen half toaar naar toaar weer. Ik en Stefano en Arwen. En Fafa. Oorlog van Stefano zou ik zelf doen. Voor slaven. En Fafa en Stefano in de uitpas samen, ik en Arwen.
Fafa en Stefano.
Ja. Rita en Armen, ik ken Armen bij de school. Armen bij mij school. Dus je leert de politie gecontact. En voor Joshlin voor Massa.
Dus wat gebeurt?
Hij was het eens in de
Oh. Jullie verklaren, hè? Ik zie zich gevolgd gesteld. Maar op een gegeven moment is het maar niet. Het heeft nog vals in. Zie maar, ik heb maar heel goed dat is gemaakt. Because hij zei meneer, dat was zo lang op een ding. Ik was niet zeker, niet, dat was het 10 jaar zo kan. Wat mijn meisje Joshlin Smith voor mij gezegd dat ze een boek van haar dokter die Joshlin zo goed mag maken. Zoals dat zijn naam. Wat alle kali kan proberen van haar. Alle ronde die dat ze kan afgeven aan het tassen. En toen die maandag meneer, toen Joshlin van die week af voor landshuis toe komt. Dit was op 12 uur, pas 12 uur. Wat zei die weer voor lands komt, dus zei net voor mij dat ze heeft klaar gepraat met Macalino. En heeft er ook Joshlin omvangen naar Macalino. Als ik zij moet wachten wat naar Macalino toe, als ik er gaan weten voor lands. Macalino gaat wachten, ja, ik heb toen al weten. Ik moet wat Joshlin omgaan. Ik ben steken wat weer is. Ik ben zo kwart voor naar 10 uur kan. Ik Kelly, ik heb die ook naar wie Kelly noemt, dus dat is het pauze. Maar dat werkt voor gaat, zo langs. Rijn zit omhoog, Kelly, dat is ook Kelly zo clean. Zie je dit van, je kan steken ons een rechterbrand, die kan doen. Wanneer, toen zij weg was, ik kan steken nog een loop en ik voor Joshlin, dat zij ze moet samen kunnen doen. Wanneer zei ik, nou, dat zei ik ook. Stel je aan de knie. Ze dit samen toen komen we Macalino, zo is dat ik kan steken Joshlin. Dat is eigenlijk. Toen zei ik Macalino, mijn vrouwtje alleen voor mij gezien. Hier is ons nog. En zij zei voor mij, kom aan. Ik heb ingegaan, maar zij niet is. Oké, sorry. Ik heb ingegaan, maar hier is het niet gestaan. Dat is mijn zin. En ik vraag haar, zoals Macalino, weet ik jou de storingen. En zij voor mij gezegd, ze heeft een klaar gepraat. Ik en zij, ik en Stefano weet hoe weer ik genoeg. Ons het zo net zoals we doen genoeg, zij heeft gebleven veel bij andere kennis wat die jongen is. Ik en Stefano wat later weer om ons. En zo heeft ons verwacht tot al. Zie je tot ons bijvoorbeeld jou. Kelly to pass 5 to company vehicle kuko. Say to my neck, say that say, you are not going to Antikala. The economic husband, or no, husband. Hier onze gaskan van hier krijg en onze geloof, die gaskan, ik Stefano in Kelly geloof, die gaskan. Gaskan gegooid, er ook die gas kan weer gezet, toen ons buiten. Toen onze feiten zat. Ik kan Kelly en Stefano, dat is nou onze er ook in die zakje geloof. Hier toen raak, dat al kort een paar ziek, toen gaan ik in Stefano die micro is er geld bij toen gaan ik en Stefano die micro is er geld bij fietsen af. Zo. En daarna, ik en Stefano hier te lopen, mensen toen meer, onze opgegaan naar Stefano's huis toe en onze die krap wat ons gaat kopen voor die mensen, gaan door met Stefano's huis. Tot en met voorloopzee klaar was, tot en met half 12, is 12 uur. Ik en Stefano en Erwin en Papa onze van Stefano naar Israël geroepen, toen ons klaar waren. En Papa en Stefano heeft net al pad geroepen samen met ik en Erwin. Toen ik en Erwin bij die huis kwam, onder bij mijn huis, kom, toen zie ik Kelly die politie komt naar ik Joshlin Smith. Hij was een train zo die dag 12 is het dan, maar geen dag geweest was. Dat is alles wat we zien. Kunnen we zeggen van mij? Ik heb daar nog 2 keer gesproken. Ik kreeg één dood. Die zei ik ook. Ik moest afgeven, maar toen ik 8 uur kreeg ik daar niet dood. De apparaat en de apparaat.
Maar die kippen.
Als ik een paar goedjes wat ik wil opklaren, moet ik verklaren om mij af te leren. Ze hoeven natuurlijk niet. Die vragen aan moet wat ik doe verklaren. Verstaan ze? Ik keer op de zin eigenlijk. Staan ze? Als ik bereid op vragen aan moet. Okay, meneer. Eerste vraag aan u. Die 20.000 rand waarvan sy vraag. Hier, sy, waarvoor het was.
Waarvoor $200,000? Wanneer die $200,000 was en om zo te zeggen verrijden om die kunnen.
Wat ook een Joshlin. So, jullie kunnen bekomen.
Die ocean, skelling en makalino, dat alle deuren, niet alles gepaard.
Nou, hoeveel soort hebben die 20.000?
En dan moet ik skelling nog zo maar zien.
Zie je?
Ik heb nog zo maar zo van faxen zo dat ik aan het jaar zo hier is het wat zeg ik nog dat dit niet
Steeds aan het geven ook.
Saya nog steeds nog steeds sama sama saya mau istri.
Weet jy nie wat met Joshlin sou gebeur as hy nou klaar op is? So, Smith en Joshlin en Kelly is dieselfde persoon.
En Kelly Smith en Kelly is dieselfde persoon.
As hulle dieselfde persoon. Wie's Makalima?
Makalima is die persoon wat het organiseer.
Wie is hy en waar bly sy en wat doen sy?
Nee, ek het ja, dit is verstaan het. As sy bly van moeilijk pos.
Maar wat doen sy? As sy is aan koma, sy wat doen sy?
Sy weet my, haar man weet my. Sy klok op die ander en skrom nie ons was daar kenbaar. Sy goed is wel goed.
Weet jy wat Joshlin nou is? Joshlin het nie so doen aan daai land. Nee man. Weet jy hoekom nie?
Ja, my baan was wel skool, toe dat vir was nie.
Dice wanneer Joshlin en sy gepraat met die sekelmans. Ek bedoel, Tiali en Akalismo, dice wanneer hulle gepraat het met die sekelman Joshlin. Wat is dit?
Saya ini pasti saya makan lima kapra.
Die solang die maan.
Di sana. Ini zaman ini semana. Makan lima aku dari bawah. Ya itu pun.
Vraag wat ik over vraag, nee? Het gevolg. Oké meneer, ik heb nog een vraag, ik heb jullie vragen nieuws, vraag, jullie wel klaar op de nieuws. Als je tevreden was, hier. Zij was zeer, ik kreeg het nieuws. De enige klachten voor die hoor je. Je moet wel klaar gesprek op jullie vragen vragen. Vraag aan u of dit tevreden is met die tolk, maar of dit nog meer tolk. Dus u wat zijn tolk?
Ja, vertalen.
Als je nu niet verstaan wat ik zeg, niet aan.
Vertalen.
Ja. Pero niet, is het certificaat dat ik nog wil doen. Als je nog een beetje woordelijk bevestigen dat die verklaring van die antwoorden correct is.
Ja.
Zijn alle blij van dat teken, die verklaring, zoals het aangegaan is. Orang itu dan ik anders die alles zoals je was als je politie was hier in de
Ja.
Die ziet dan van die tolk, als ik die tolk heb. die storie? Is dit tevrede, meneer? I say thank you for the photographer. There was no interruptions.
The time now is 7 minutes past 12. Stop recording.
Mr. Ehrman, whilst the video was playing, I was just thinking, the exhibit JJ, I know that you had that translated for Ms. Kabai.
The one for Mr. Van Rijn was translated, my lord.
Yes, that's JJ.
Yes, yes. Correct, sorry.
That's the contents of the statement.
Indeed, my lord, yes.
This one has not been translated or has been done.
This has not been translated.
The reason I'm asking is because it's an integral part of the court record. The other answers are not that important to be translated at this stage. The reason for English being the language of record is in the event that the matter goes on appeal. In the case where, in the event that I convict, or I acquit and the state wants to appeal, it will go to a full court with 3 judges. If leave is granted to the Supreme Court of Appeal, it will be 5 judges. And if it goes to the Constitutional Court, it will be 11 judges. And chances are in the appeal process that not everybody will be able to follow the Afrikaans. That's one reason. But I'm also aware that this matter has attracted a lot of international interest. I'm not sure whether your next witness is here already. I know we're scheduled to be rescheduled for 12 o'clock. So I'm going to take an adjournment now. It's almost 11:45 and we had a long session this morning. Maybe between the 2 interpreters, each one take one, and then we just read the contents of the statements and the questions and answers into the record so that it's there. So there's a long one, Mr. Yankees, Spulani, and there's a short one. Each one choose one. So after we concluded with the next witness, which will be the doctor, that won't take that long. Before we end off the day, we get it all on record.
Noted, my lord.
Let's suit the Defense Counsel. Ms. Nkabai, Mrs. Sivneren. It will also assist counsel that's not Afrikaans speaking, as well as yourself, going forward, because I take it there will be cross-examination later, there will be arguments, then all the counsel can be on the same page as well. Until 12 o'clock then, if there's a particular need that I need to help the doctor away quicker, consult with your colleagues and call me, and I will come back. Court adjourned. explain the abrasions to the right shoulder and your connotation healing? What does that mean for the record?
My Lord, what I meant by that is that it's not new, it's not fresh, there's no fresh blood. It's already in a stage of healing, so it's not new, my Lord.
Could you age it?
I would say at least 24 hours, my Lord.
And then we had another healing that was the abrasion to the posterior of the right elbow.
Same for that. I noted that it was already in a stage of healing, so not new, not fresh. Also estimated to be about 4 hours old.
And there's also the abrasion to the left wrist. Same thing or different?
Same thing, my Lord.
Thank you.
Thank you. For the record, Doctor, when you describe an injury as fresh, what does that mean?
Fresh would mean that I can see fresh blood in the wound. There's no signs of healing, there's no granulation, there's no scab, fresh blood, my Lord.
And also, just for the record, what is the difference between an abrasion and a bruising?
So both an abrasion and bruising is a type of soft tissue injury. It refers to superficial injury to the skin and the soft tissue, not extending to the bone. So it can be the skin, the fat tissue underneath the skin, the muscle, the tendons, and so forth.
To a layperson, if one had, for example, if I had to knock my hand against this table and the skin didn't break, but there's discoloration on my skin, what would that be in medical terms?
A bruise, and not an abrasion. Abrasion means there's a cut or penetration of the upper layer of the skin.
Thank you very much.
Upper layer.
Sorry, my Lord?
What's the medical term for the upper layer of the skin?
Epidermis, my Lord.
No, that was just for the record. You're going to go
to the last page, page 6 of 6. There we go. On page 6 of 6, Doctor, you have noted your recordings on the diagram. Is that as you've recorded it on that page? No changes to be made?
That is correct. This is what I noted on the day that I examined Mr. Van Rijn, and therefore documented it as such, my Lord.
You've had insight into Dr. Nell's form as well, is that correct?
That is correct, my Lord.
And Dr. Nell indicated there was a report of an operation on the knee, and we see there was a bandage affixed to it. Could Dr. Nell explained that there was liquid or fluid underneath that. Could that fluid be as a result of the operation or fresh injury or new injury? Can you perhaps tell us?
My Lord, it depends on when exactly the operation had occurred. The fact that Dr. Nell ordered or requested a Robert Jones bandage to be applied, I think he was thinking that it is a new injury to already previous injured left knee, my Lord.
Very well.
That is correct, my Lord. I did not remove the bandage because it was just applied that same morning.
When this patient was brought in for examination, Doctor, was he accompanied by the police or did you examine him on your own?
He was accompanied by the police, my Lord.
And when you conducted your examination, did you go by what the patient had told you, or did you make observations on your own of what appeared in front of you?
So because I was aware that he had already been there the same day for J88 completion, it was communicated to me that he was returned for a post-confession J88 completion by the SAPS members. So I inquired from Mr. Van Rijn myself whether he had sustained any injuries since the previous J88 was completed or any assault, which Mr. Van Rijn denied. My lord.
And now, Doctor, I'm going to put a scenario to you, and I want you to, if you can, assist us with your expert knowledge. We have been told...
You can ask Mr. Harmse to illustrate.
Wonder if Mr. Harmse's knees will permit it, my lord.
He offered the other day, said he was flexible. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, my lord. Doctor, what has been described in this court is as follows. So if you'll bear with me, I'm going to do my best to describe it. If someone is sitting on the ground and their knees are pulled up to their chest, their arms are brought around the knee and handcuffed in front, then a pole or a pipe is inserted under the knee. And that person then that pipe is placed over 2 chairs, and the individual is then made to swing repeatedly around in that chair. A plastic bag would be placed over that person's head, and they were assaulted for at minimum 3 hours, repeatedly on their head and over their body. What would you expect to see as a professional versus what you've seen on the presentation of Mr. Van Rijn?
What you described sounds very brutal. I would have expected to see much more severe injuries, my lord.
Bruising all over the body?
Bruising, tramp track lines, possible deeper abrasions, fractures possibly, which is not what I observed when I examined Mr. Van Rijn on that day.
On that aspect, was this individual referred for x-rays?
Not by myself, but he was referred by Dr. Nell in the morning.
Very well. And when I described what I did to you now, and if a pole is inserted under the knee, if one were to imagine what that looked like, okay, the pressure points, and correct me if I'm wrong, the pressure points would be the wrists, and I would think under the knees. Am I correct?
That is correct, my lord.
With the weight?
Not only wrists, it's posterior, so the back of the knee.
Yes.
Then it would be anterior on the inside of the elbows, because as you spin around, on the one scenario, your knees will be facing upwards, so it will be the pressure from underneath. And then as you come around, the pressure should be, that's how I envisage that spinning motion, because it will be anterior, inside the elbows, and then posterior on the knees.
Yes, my lord. So from that position, I would expect gravitation would also, play a significant role. And at that wrist, as a pressure point, I would expect possibly fractures, lacerations from the delving of the cuffs. I would expect severe bruising at the posterior aspect of the knees.
Mr. Van Rijn, where is the exhibit? Did you weigh him that afternoon? Because his weight was given in the morning, his weight was given as 51 kilograms.
I do not have it on this J88, my lord, from when I completed mine.
It's
No, I have it. It's exhibit CC. I'm mentioning it to the doctor because of her explanation and the effect of the gravity and the gravitation. So you would spin around an axle a body mass of 51 kilograms. And I'm showing with my hand. So, just to illustrate to the doctor so that she can apply her mind and expertise to what we put into her, so that she doesn't necessarily have to speculate. Okay.
There's one other thing I forgot. We've also heard that there were allegations that there was the bags that I referred to, the plastic bags that were placed over the person's head, was tightened around the neck to the point where he couldn't breathe. Did you observe any injuries on the neck of this person?
No, I did not, my lord.
And I'm not sure if it was my mistake, but in respect of the Form J8 that you completed, the time on that was 15:30. It isn't a post examination, it was for the second confession that was due to take place. So if that was my error, I apologize.
Okay.
Thank you.
But it was the second J
It was the
for
second
that
day.
day.
Indeed, that is correct, my lord. This was before the after clerk and before Captain Siakoi did the confession. Thank you, Doctor. I have no
Thank
further
you.
questions.
Ms. Nkabai, can somebody just adjust the microphone for Ms. Nkabai? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Doc.
Good afternoon.
You've explained your not new to be injuries in a stage of 24 hours. Is that correct?
That is correct, my lord.
My client sustained injuries in the evening, let me say, from 3 p.m. on the 4th of March 2024, including the whole night. Would you dispute when I put to you that those injuries were within the period of 24 hours?
So when I saw Mr. Van Rijn on the afternoon of the 5th of March at 15:30, and upon examining him, I noted there was healing injuries, and my estimated date for those injuries is about 24 hours.
You've said that, Doc, and I don't have a problem with that. What I'm putting to you is that will you dispute it then if I say my client's injuries are within the period of your new age because he sustained them between 3 p.m. on the 3rd, including the whole night?
Just to put the full scenario to the doctor. The accused version is that it actually started earlier, Ms. Nkabai. It actually started earlier because
Yes, ma'am.
he was picked up. At some stages it's 2 o'clock, but let's place it just before 3 on the 4th by individuals supposedly given a lift, then got taken to Jacobsbaai where he was assaulted. Thereafter, and he places the time at around 3. The police places a different time, but it's not relevant now. He got to the Sea Border Police unit, and that's where the serious assaults as described by the state advocate took place, and this was sustained through to the early hours of the 5th. Now, the question by Ms. Mkabai, if he sustained those abrasions at 3 or before 3 the previous day, it would fall within your 24-hour estimate. Do you understand that?
That is correct.
So it could be that it's all part of the continuum since his arrest, in inverted commas.
I understand.
That's the proposition put to you. And you can't argue with it because you don't have a specific timeline.
That is correct.
Good. Yes, thank you.
When you say that is correct, are you responding to my question?
That
To
is,
to the statement I put to you?
that is correct, my lord.
Thank you, Jack. You testified that you didn't examine my client.
No, she did. She said she did. When the prosecutor took her to, I think it's page 6 on those documents, the diagram, she said those were the injuries she saw on examination.
Are those injuries the injuries you saw when you examined him, or those are the injuries he told you about?
So Mr. Van Rijn did point out those injuries to me. I also did a further examination by inspecting for obvious other injuries, new injuries, which I did not detect and therefore did not document in my J88, my lord.
After the pointed out injuries, how did you examine him? I want to know.
So he physically pointed out the injuries to me. I examined it with my eyes, I palpated it with my hands, and then documented on the J88 form. My lord.
Did you undress him?
I did not completely fully undress him. I undressed the area surrounding, so the one on the shoulder, he had a t-shirt on. I removed that sleeve so I can inspect the entire shoulder area. On the knee, the right knee, I'm not sure if he had a long pants on or short pants on. I can't recall that. But I did expose the knee to examine the knee. On the left knee, I did not remove the Robert Jones bandage that was placed there that morning, my lord.
Just a moment. Mr. Yankees, is there a mosque nearby? Then you may leave now. I'm going to excuse Mr. Yankees to attend mosque.
My lord, with due respect, I don't want to disturb the court, but I will request just 5 minutes. 5 minutes. There's an instruction I want to take my client. I won't be more than 10 minutes, my lord.
You want 5 minutes, but you won't be more than 10. I take it after that we will conclude with the doctor,
Yes,
and
yes.
it won't be long.
No, it won't be long. I promise.
So let's rather take the 10 then. Then we know we're in time. Ms. Pulani, unfortunately, you will have to do that other job. Yeah, because by the time we would have finished, unless we break, but then we have to wait till after Juma for Mr. Yankees to return, we might be able to finish by then. So when he comes back from mosque, you guys can hit the road. So just get yourself ready in the 10 minutes. Thank you. I'm going to take a 10-minute break. It's now 12:30, so till 12:40 when we will resume, and then we'll most probably sit until we're done for the day. Good. Court adjourned.
This explanation, we were making copies, if it wasn't yesterday, the day before, and I think Ms. Swanepoel has taken them with her, but we will get the court that.
Do you have a copy for me in the meantime?
Yes, Ms. Mgabai has used it. I'm going to ask her to hand it to
So
me.
after that, we'll use that one, just so that I have one here, and we can also always substitute it
Most certainly.
on Monday or so with the original.
Will do, my lord. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kaban.
Thank you, my lord. Doctor, when you were examining my client, did you have an opportunity to look at his back?
I did not examine his back, my lord. He did not indicate any injuries to his back, my lord.
Was it not your responsibility as the doctor not to only focus on the injuries he has pointed to you, but to examine his whole body?
So, my lord, we, as Dr. Nell also stated, we are a problem-centered or patient-centered. So the patient comes to you presenting with a complaint, presenting with an injury, and that is your focus of your examination, my lord. You do not always need to examine the patient from head to toe, my lord.
Because my client instructed me that he had braces on his back.
My lord, I questioned your client and specifically asked him to indicate and show on his body where his injuries was. If he did not indicate the injuries on his back, I did not examine his back, my lord.
So you will agree with me when I say your examination of my client was not complete?
My lord, my examination was complete in the sense that I examined all the areas that your client indicated to me where he sustained his injuries, my lord.
Doc, let us put aside the injuries he pointed to you. You are a doctor. You've got a patient before you. Why you didn't see it necessary for you to examine his whole body?
He did not indicate injuries on his whole body, my lord.
Did you examine his wrists?
I examined his right wrist. Was his left? Sorry, I don't have the date in front of me. I examined the wrist where he indicated the injury, my lord.
It shows on the screen, it was the left wrist.
The left wrist. That's correct, my lord.
What about the right wrist?
I did not fully examine the right wrist, but as stated previously, I did inspect other areas and did not see any obvious injuries, my lord, besides the one that your client had indicated to me, my lord.
Were you not curious as a doctor? Now you've examined the other side. Let me confirm whether there are no injuries on the other side. Why you didn't check the other side?
He didn't indicate any injuries to the right side, my lord.
My client has shown me injuries on both his wrists, left and right.
Shown you.
His wrists.
I don't know whether I heard the question correctly. The way I heard it was my client shown me, so showed you.
That's correct, my lord.
Okay.
Can you dispute that my client is still having marks of the injuries he sustained from about 3 p.m. on the 4th of March, including the following morning? Can you dispute that during that period, my client sustained injuries on his wrist.
I cannot see how this witness is to answer a question the way it's put now. She's not examined Mr. Van Rijn any time before proceedings to confirm what Ms. Mgabai is saying. And is Ms. Mgabai herself testifying that she's seen the marks? I don't get it. How is this witness expected to answer that?
Yes, Ms. Mgabai. Can you respond? There's an invitation by your colleague that if you want to testify that she will cross-examine.
I will leave this answer for the defense case.
Yeah, no,
This question for the
absolutely.
defense case.
Ms. Edelman is correct that you put it that you saw it, but we know as a matter of fact that you received instructions late last year, if not early this year,
Early this year, my lord.
in this matter, almost a year after the supposed injuries. So I'm not going to allow it. We can leave it for argument and the defense case. Thank you.
You only examined one wrist for my client.
Asked and answered, my lord.
I'm going to allow it.
What did you notice from that wrist, the one that you've examined?
Sorry, can you repeat that again?
You told the court that you examined the right wrist of my client.
Left wrist.
Left wrist.
The left wrist. Thank you, my lord. My question is, what did you notice from that left wrist?
I noticed an abrasion to the left wrist, my lord.
If now you didn't examine the whole body of my client, can you be in a position to say, I didn't see braces on his body?
Can you explain braces? It's bruises.
Bruises, yes.
You mean bruises?
Yes.
I did indicate on his right knee. I documented. I noticed bruising to his right knee, my lord.
It's marked on the sketch that's currently on the screen.
Now that you didn't examine the whole body of my client, would you come to this court and say, Mr. Stevino didn't sustain fractures?
Fracture.
That's what he said. When my lord, when my learned colleague put to him, he put to her the scenario of how he was tortured. Then my learned colleague asked the doctor, somebody who has been tortured in that manner, would you say he has suffered, what injuries would you say he might have suffered?
Yeah, she mentioned a range of
Yes.
of probabilities, but let's hear what the doctor says about it.
Yes. Now that you didn't examine the whole body of my client, would you be in a position to come and tell this court that my client didn't suffer fractures?
So, ma'am, an X-ray we request to confirm a suspected diagnosis, so you can get clinically an impression of a possible fracture in a joint, in a bone, right? On my examination, I did not see any, clinically, I didn't see any indication that he might have a fracture, my lord.
Let's leave the clinical observation. Let's leave the X-ray. I am asking you, doctor, my client was in front of you. You didn't examine his whole body. My question is, you didn't examine my client's whole body. Can you come under oath and say he didn't sustain any fracture? That is my question. I'm sorry, madam.
We have before us an expert witness, a witness who has testified. She has examined this person, accused number 2. She has testified that according to the records, Dr. Nell did request x-rays. No one better can tell us if there were fractures. Now, what Mr. Gabai is asking this court, the witness, to do is put aside her expertise and say, because she didn't examine the body, there could be fractures. I'm sorry, it doesn't make any sense.
We're going in circles. The question is vague, and I'm going to disallow it for that reason, but I'm going to try and clarify it. So when you mentioned all the possibilities, and those are possibilities, not necessarily probabilities.
That's correct, my lord.
Where would you have expected a potential fracture with a scenario we sketched to you? On the pressure points?
That's correct, my lord.
So do I understand then correctly from our discussion earlier, it would be in the areas of the knees and the elbows?
And the wrist, my lord.
And the wrist. Now you looked at the left wrist, you looked at the right elbow, you looked at both of the knees. Were there any clinical indications that suggested a potential fracture?
No, my lord.
What would have been the signs, the clinical signs, that would lead you to draw a conclusion that there is that potential that needs further imaging through an X-ray or otherwise to confirm or exclude a fracture?
So I would have expected a lot more exaggerated swelling, bruising, deformity of the limb or joint affected, inability to completely mobilize that joint. So for instance, if it was a wrist, it would have decreased the range of movement in that wrist, would have been deformed, it would have been swollen and bruised quite extensively, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. Thank you, Doc. Doc, your J88, and in particular, page 6, is inconsistent with the manner in which my client sustained injuries, and I thank you for that.
Thank you. Any re-examination?
Thank you, Doc.
Thank you.
My lord, I want to beg leave to cross-examine the doctor. I know the doctor didn't examine my client.
On what basis?
On general observations, because there's a difference, because I was not able to cross-examine Dr. Nell, but I think I would submit that this doctor would be able to give an opinion of certain scenarios.
So you want to utilize the opportunity that she's here to cross-examine her on general principles?
Yes, my lord.
I'm going to allow it.
Thank you, my lord.
Just adjust the microphone. And the reason that I'm allowing it is because the two inquiries were collapsed into one. I suspect I know where Mr. Harmse is going. I would have asked questions in any event to clarify issues if there were no further questions. But also, seeing that we have a senior person in that hospital here, it might be opportune, let's not miss the opportunity of getting whatever information we can that might assist us in getting to a proper and just resolution of the issues, if you don't mind, Doctor.
It's okay with me, my lord.
Good. I mean, later, Your Lordship. Doctor, my client is accused that you did not examine. So So I understand that. My instructions are my client experienced not exactly the same movements as what accused 2 has put forward. My client's instructions are, and I'm just trying to put you in the picture, he was in the same position as was described, that his hands were cuffed in front of his knees pulled up, and the rod was above his arms and under the knees. Under the knees, yeah. You can visualize that? Yes. Now, my client's instructions are that he was not swung through 360 degrees. So he was basically hanging there, maybe tilting, or most probably tilting back and forward. You would agree with me then, damage that was being caused by that would be on the inside of the knees, at the back of the leg, behind the knees.
That is correct, to the posterior aspect of the knees.
Yes.
My lord.
And if he had long pants on, there would probably be no breaking, if I can... Abrasions on the skin. There would be no abrasions on the skin if he had long pants on.
That is incorrect, my lord. So even if he had long pants on and the force was strong enough to break the skin, it could have caused abrasions, my lord.
Yes, but he's basically hanging there, and he's not being swung across through 360 degrees. It's most likely that the pressure is just upwards. There's no backwards and forwards pressure, correct?
That is correct, my lord.
Yeah. In that position, being cuffed, his hands in front of his knees, he has the ability to pull his legs tight onto his, what do you call these muscles at the back?
Wait, sorry?
Behind the knee, behind the top part of your leg, behind which muscles are those?
Is quadriceps.
The quadriceps. So he could pull his legs up so that the bottom part of his leg below the knee and the top part of his leg above the knee are close. So he would not have that much pressure on his wrists due to the handcuffs. Am I correct? Just hanging there.
Just hanging with his hands over his knees, hanging over the rod, he would also have pressure on his wrist, my lord.
Yes, I accept that, but not to the extent that he would suffer. You cannot say it's possible, but not probable that he would suffer such injuries on his wrist due to the handcuffs that it would be visible.
Do you understand the question, Doctor?
I do not, my lord.
Okay, so I'm trying to explain to you that if my client feels that the handcuffs around his wrists are starting to hurt him, he could pull his legs up tighter so that the force, the downward force, the gravity pulls him down, and the pressure is on his legs behind the knees. And because of the movement back and forth isn't great, his wrists are probably not going to show any visible injuries. I'm asking.
I'm sorry, again, put in context. We're not talking about 2 minutes or 2 seconds of being in that position.
Wait, let the doctor answer if she understands the question.
My lord, all I'm saying is
Let the doctor answer. I don't know where Mr. Holmes is going with this.
My lord, I can help with
No,
that.
I'm going to allow the question if the doctor understands the question. Because it's all relative. If, for example, depending on what type of material the handcuffs are made of, how tight they were. We know, for example, that your client weighed 66.7 kilograms. Would be the height from the ground. We can speculate about a lot of things. But the doctor understood the question, then maybe she can help us.
Do you understand my question? I'm trying to...
So in other words, if you cuff it, if you pull your legs tight towards your quads, Mr. Harmse says the pressure would then be less on your wrists. Now, I've added in that it's a gentleman that has a height of 1.77 and a weight of 66.7. I'm not asking you to do the calculations because we don't know how high from the ground it was. Because he wasn't put between two chairs. Or he had a policeman on each side. That was the...
He says people of the personnel there, police personnel, were holding him now. They held him. I mean, I doubt whether they would have had him on his shoulder. He would have known, but he hasn't seen that. But anyway, he would have been pretty low. My point that I'm putting to you is that it is possible that that he didn't sustain any visible injuries on his wrists due to the handcuffs, especially as the handcuffs weren't that tight. Is that possible?
So him hanging in that position over a rod with his hands cuffed would have, my opinion is, would have caused injuries to his wrist, my lord.
And then to take it one step further, that this torture, because if it's true, that's what it was repeated over a prolonged period of hours, many times. What are the probabilities then? And now I'm not talking about possibilities, I'm talking about probabilities of sustaining an injury.
Quite high, my lord.
Let me leave it there. Let me go to my learned colleague's explanation to you about, and this is my last question, explanation about the plastic bag over my client's head. My learned colleague put to you that it was pulled tight around the neck, and your response was that there would be marks around the neck if it was pulled that tight. Now, I think my learned colleague for the state misstate that. My instructions has never been, and I'm putting it to you now so that you can understand, my instructions has never been, and I've never put it to this court, that the plastic bag that was around his neck was so tight around his neck that it would or did close his esophagus, okay, that he couldn't breathe through here to, it'd be like being strangled. He wasn't strangled by that. It was just tight enough so that when he breathes, the plastic would suck onto his mouth and suck onto his nostrils, and then he can't breathe. You agree with that? Then there will be no marks on the neck.
It is possible, my lord.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you, my lord. I have no more questions.
Thank you. Doctor, I wanted to ask you about this type of examination that's done when persons are brought in. You told us it's patient-centered, so you get the information from the patient and you follow up. You're not going to do a full-body examination. I understand that. Are you told by the police when they bring these individuals to the hospital that we're doing a pre-confession or a post-confession examination?
That is correct, my lord. I was informed by the SAPS, my lord.
Now, the question might relate to the duty of a medical practitioner in instances like this. The allegations that we have so far, and it's not been tested, I must add that to you, is that the accused, both of them, and yes, you didn't examine Mr. Apollos, says we were told not to tell. But on both of the occasions, and with your examination as well, you have a policeman in the room. What would you say just as a matter of principle? Should a medical practitioner then do? Should you not then decide, okay, I'm going to look for myself because there are these possibilities? And I'm not casting any aspersions at this stage. I'm just thinking aloud, because at the end of this whole exercise, I'm going to evaluate all the evidence that's in the trial within the trial. Do you have a comment or any idea?
Yes, my lord. So I was aware that Mr. Van Rijn, by the time that I examined him, had been at our facility the morning as well, because I was part of the team arranging it. So I was aware that he had already had what was communicated to us, a pre-confession examination in the morning. He had been in the police custody the entire time and was then brought back at 3:30 for a post-confession J88 completion that was communicated to me. Therefore, I deliberately asked Mr. Van Rijn directly if he had sustained any injuries or any assault that he would like to report to me, and he said no, my lord. Therefore, I focused only on the ones that he indicated. I actually, in my medical records, his folder, I documented that he had said that all those injuries by the time that I'd examined him was present before the time that my colleague, Dr. Nyal, examined him the morning prior, my lord.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. You may be excused.
Thank you, my lord.
And thank you for assisting us
Thank you.
at short notice. You still want to ask the doctor a question? On what basis? There was nothing new. Yeah. Can you just come back, please, Doctor? Whether the report of the morning was available to her. Yeah.
My apologies, Doc. When you were examining my client, were the policemen available in the examination room? Were they present in the examination room?
They were, my lord.
How many were they?
I can't recall, my lord.
3, 4, 5, 10?
I think maybe 2, my lord.
Why they were inside the examination room? Why you didn't ask them to wait at the door so that you examine my client in privacy? He's got a right to privacy.
Yes, my lord, I was under the impression that that is protocol, that the police should be present, my lord.
Did you ask my client whether he was comfortable while we were examining him? There are other policemen who are present in the same examination room.
I did not document that, my lord, and I can't recall, my lord.
Your last answer to the court's question was, I deliberately asked him whether he was assaulted. The time you were asking him that question, were the police still present?
I think so, my lord.
Yes, anything else? Because you're not going to have a second bite at the cherry. You're only allowed to ask on information that I elicited.
Thank you, Doc.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doctor. Now you can be excused.
Bye for the second time.
Thank you. Don't take our documents with you. Because there's already a scarcity of that document. Can you give me a copy that I just have it here, and we can switch it out on Monday with the original?
Certainly, my lord.
So that was exhibit LLLL. Are those your witnesses for the day? Ms.
Yes,
Sarah?
yes, my lord.
So
I'm just
now-
getting a statement.
Now we're going to do the translations for the record of the two exhibits that we dealt with. And thereafter we're going to adjourn. Who's that?
I have a request. I don't know if it will be doable to the court. Whilst I was busy, my colleague had the documents with him, so he had the opportunity of going through the documents. I don't know if it will be proper now, since it's weekend, so that we can have a proper thing, my lord,
No.
to be translated.
No. We would normally have done contemporaneously in the court. And I want it on record today. I will take an adjournment so that we can prepare. The proposal was made to me in chambers by Ms. Bulani that it will be translated and a physical document handed up on Monday. But it's a public record, so it needs to be done. How long do you need, Ms. Bulani?
The other one is quite a lengthy one, my lord, and the other one is a bit shorter.
I followed the one of this morning. If the witness, if that witness was in the witness stand and had testified, it would have been done on the fly. That's the longer one. The one of yesterday, it was muzzled when it came through, but that's a very short one. It is now 1:15. It's 13 minutes past. What time does Mr. Yankees come back?
I'm not certain, my lord.
And you say he was working with the documents.
Yes, he was. We're busy. He was going through the documents, my lord.
Going to adjourn till quarter, till 1:30. It's now 40 minutes past. I'm going to adjourn till 1:30, when we will then do the short one. When we're done with that one, Mr. Yankees will be back. Should be back. Because he was working on the long one, that's up until now. Then it can be done. The only inconvenience caused by the delay will be to yourselves, the people having to drive back to Cape Town. I thought I wanted to run through so that everybody can leave earlier. But if you want till 2 o'clock, I'm fine with that too. So tell me, how long do you need to do the short one?
The short one, I'll just have to go through it, my lord, so then when I'm ready, I'll just come and inform the court, my lord.
So let's do it till 10:30 then. To the accused, I know that you haven't had your lunch yet, but we are going to finish earlier today. So I'm not going to have a long lunch break. Your food will be here. Warrant officer indicates it's here already. If you can have a bite in the quarter of an hour, you can do that. Otherwise, I'm going to come back. And then you can eat afterwards, or you can take your food with you. Let me not waste more of Ms. Bulani's time. I've already indicated that I wanted, seeing that we ran out of witnesses, wanted to rather finish earlier so that everybody that needs to drive can leave earlier from here. Thank you, the court will adjourn. Afrikaans and then give the English translation for the record. Thank you. Thank you, may I proceed. Just tell us which one you're dealing with first.
I'll do so, my lord. The one I'm doing now is Exhibit JJ 834.
Thank
and
you.
that is of Mr. Savino van Rijn, my lord. I'll read it in on from page 16 of page 26, part G. It reads as follows. I, Savino van Rijn, ex-Savino van Rijn, verklaar hierby declare op die 29e van Februarie maand, maandagmiddag, tot ongeveer 3 uur. Ek het na my vriend Jacqueline Apollos se woonplek toe gegaan in Middelpost in Saldanha. On the 19th of February, Monday afternoon, around about 1300 hours, I went to my friend's house, Mr. Jacqueline Apollos' residence in Middelpost in Saldanha. Jacqueline's noemnaam is Boeta. Jacqueline's nickname is Boeta. Boeta het vir my gesê dat Raquel Smith alias Kelly dat vir Joshlin haar dogter na mevrou Makalima se huis toe neem. Jacqueline told me, Jacqueline's nickname being Boeta, my lord, told me that Raquel Smith alias Kelly, that we must take her daughter Joshlin to Miss Makalima's house. Ek het toe saam met Boeta vir Joshlin na mevrou Makalima se huis toe geneem. I then went with Boeta and took Joshlin to Miss Makalima's house. Miss Makalima woon ook in Middelpost. In Middelpost, nie ver van Boeta se woning af, nie ver van Boeta se huis af nie. Miss Makalima also resides in Middelpost, not far from Boeta's house. Ons het vir Joshlin daar by mevrou Makalima se huis gelos. We left Joshlin there at Miss Makalima's house. Ons het daarna 'n microwave wat aan my behoort gaan verkoop. We then after went to sorry my lord, ons het daarna. We then afterwards went and we went to sell a microwave that belongs to me. That is on page 17 of page 26, my lord. There at the bottom, there's a signature of the deponent and a signature of the person of the Justice of the Peace. It's written there, Sikui and S.V. van Rijn, my lord. Yes, my lord. Going over to page 20, my lord, of page 26. These are the handwritten questions. It's written the question, wat is die verwantskap tussen Kelly and Boeta? Hulle is meisie and boyfriend. What is the relationship between Kelly and Boeta, their girlfriend and boyfriend? What is Joshlin's van? What is Joshlin's surname? Answer, ek weet nie meneer, I don't know sir. Wat is die rede hoekom en die kind Joshlin Miss Makalima moes geneem word? What is the reason that the child must be taken to Miss Makalima? The answer, Kelly het aan Boeta gesê om vir Joshlin te neem. Answer, Kelly told Boeta that the child, Joshlin, must be taken. The following question vraag, ek het weer vir Joshlin gesien daarna. Did you see Joshlin again after that? Answer, nie meneer. Answer, no sir. Vraag, question, ek het weer vir Kelly gesien na dit. Question, did you see Kelly again afterwards? The answer is, ja meneer. The answer is, yes sir. That is on page 20 of pages 26, my lord. Once again, the deponent is S.V. van Rijn and the Justice of the Peace is written there, P. Sikwe. On page 21 of pages 26, my lord, question, wat het Kelly vir jou gesê? What did Kelly tell you? That a man met a rooi T-hemp for Joshlin, a man with a red T-shirt for Joshlin. Question, was daar enige ander rede toe julle vir Joshlin by Makalima se huis gelos het? Was there any other reason why you left or you
Just one moment.
Sorry, my lord?
Is it not?
No, so I saw now, was daar enige iemand ander toe julle vir Joshlin by Makalima se huis gelos het? Was there any other person when you left Joshlin at Maskalima's house? The answer, nee meneer. Answer, no sir. As I iets wat Elwe vir my wat jy wegsteek, is there something that you are hiding that you don't want to tell me? Answer, nee meneer. En die antwoord, sorry my lord, antwoord, nee meneer. Answer, no sir. Question? The question is, was jy dalk betrokke met die verdwijning van Joshlin? Question, were you involved with the disappearance of Joshlin? The answer is, nee meneer, ek was weer, sorry, ek was nie.
Wel. Ek was wel.
The answer is, nee meneer, ek was wel weer daar by Miss Makalima om te vra vir my deel nadat ek vir Joshlin met Boeta by haar gelos het. The question is, the answer is, sorry my lord, the answer is no sir. Well, I was there again at Miss Makalima's house to ask for my share after I've left Joshlin with Boeta by her. And that is on page 21 of pages 26, my lord. Once again, deponent is SB Van Rijn and P. Sequoy.
So that disposes of Exhibit JJ, the translation of the content of the statement. Now, Ms. Pilani, it was well done, but it's difficult because you have to do both. Will it assist you, because I see Mr. Yankees is not back yet, if I read the Afrikaans? Or do you want to do it the same way?
Because I concentrate on this one, my lord, because this one is a longer version of it, and as the court also stated that this matter has interest, international interest as well, and with the media coverage. So I didn't want to do injustice of doing a longer version, rushing through it, my lord.
But if I give you sentence by sentence in Afrikaans, I read the Afrikaans, will that assist?
That will assist, my lord.
All right, so we're going to do that with Exhibit KK. So we're turning to page 16 of 26. I'm going to try and read one sentence at a time. So it starts off in Afrikaans. Ek, Jacqueline Rowan Apollos, verklaar hiermee.
It's I, Jacqueline Apollos, declare hereby declare.
Meneer, dit was die Sondagoggend, meneer.
Sir, that was a Sunday morning, sir.
Ek is nie seker nie, dit was so 10 uur se kant.
I'm not sure, it was around about 10 o'clock.
Wat my meisie, Joshlin Smith, vir my gesê het, dat sy's moeg van haar dogtertjie Joshlin se grootmaakma met die naam van Tassa.
That when my girlfriend Joshlin Smith told me that she is tired of her adopted.
It's not a term that can be translated into English, so we leave it with grootmaakma.
Can I use the term adoptive parents or?
Yeah, you can use that term, but it's.
Yes, my lord. Okay, I will just start, my lord. My girlfriend Kelly Smith told me that she is tired of my daughter's adopted mother Joshlin. The name being Tasha.
And Joshlin's pa.
And Joshlin's father.
Josh is sy naam.
Josh is his name.
Wat aan mekaar
that continuously
die kind probeer vat van haar.
Trying to take the child from her.
Hulle wil net hê dat sy die kind afteken aan Tassa.
They just want her to sign the child over to Tasha.
En toe die maandag, meneer,
then the Monday, sir,
toe Joshlin Smith van die werk af vir lunch huis toe kom,
When Raquel Smith came from work for lunch,
Dit was so 12 uur pas 12 se kant.
it was around about 12 o'clock past 12 time,
Wat sy uit die werk vir lunch kom.
when she came from work for lunch.
Toe sê sy net vir my
She told me
dat sy het klaar gepraat met Makalimo
she already spoken with Makalima,
en ek moet vir Joshlin omvat na Makalimo toe as sy teruggaan werk toe.
then I must take Joshlin to Makalima when she goes back to work.
Makalima gaan vir haar help met 'n R20,000.
Makalima is going to help her with the 20,000 rand.
Ek moet vir Joshlin omneem.
I must take Joshlin over.
Ek en Stefano was by die huis.
Myself and Stefano was at home.
Omtrent so 1:15 se kante
Around about a quarter after 1 o'clock's time,
het Kelly
Kelly.
And then the colonel interposed a question which I'm not going to have it translated now. Terug werk toe gegaan van lunch af.
and Kelly went back to work after lunch.
Rens het omgekom,
Rens came over,
Kelly se vriendin.
Kelly's friend.
Sy het net vir ek en Stefano 'n sigaret gevra en weer geloop, meneer.
She just asked myself and Stefano's a cigarette and she left against her.
Meneer, toe sy weg was, het ek en Stefano geloop en ek het vir Joshlin gesê sy moet saamkom loop.
After she has left, sir, myself and Stephanos, and I told Joshlin that she must come with.
So the next sentence is going to start on 17, going over to the handwritten page. Meneer, sy het niks gesê of stry teenoor dit.
Sir, she did not say anything or even give problems about it.
Sy het net saamgekom.
She just came with.
Toe kom ons by Makalimo se huis aan.
We got to Makalima's house.
Ek en Stefano en Joshlin.
Myself, Stephanos and Joshlin.
Toe sê ek vir Makalimo, my vrou Kelly het vir my gestuur.
And I told Miss Makalima that my wife, Kelly, sent me.
Hier is ons nou.
Here are we now.
En sy sê vir my, kom in.
She told me, come in.
Ek het ingegaan, maar nie gesit nie.
I
Net
went-
gestaan.
I went inside, but I did not sit. I stood.
En ek vra vir haar, Suster Makalimo, hoe werk die geld se storie nou?
Then I asked her, Miss Makalima, how does the money story work now?
En sy het vir my gesê, sy en Kelly het klaar gepraat.
She told me that her and Kelly have already spoken about it.
En ek en Stefano het toe weer uitgeloop.
Myself and Stephanos walked out again, or walked.
Ons het sonder Joshlin uitgeloop.
We left without Joshlin.
Sy het gebly speel by ander 4 kinders wat jonger as sy is.
She stayed there, or she played there with other 4 children that was younger than her.
Ek en Stefano was weer om huis toe.
Myself and Stephanos went again home.
En so het ons gewag tot 6:30 tot ons microwave se geld kry.
So we waited till 6:30 so we can get the microwave money.
Kelly het so past 5 se kant van die werk afgekom
Kelly arrived at around about past 5 time from work.
en sy het my net gesê dat sy 'n R200 geleen het by Auntie Carlin.
She told me that she borrowed a 200 rand from Auntie Carlin.
En ek moet die gaskan regkry. Ons moet nou gaan gas ingooi.
And I must get the gas canister ready because gas must be filled up.
Meneer, ons het die gaskan gereed gekry en ons het geloop om die gas te gaan ingooi.
So we got the gas canister ready and we went to throw in or to fill up the gas.
Ek, Stefano en Kelly het geloop om die gas te gaan ingooi.
Myself, Stephanos, and Kelly walked to fill the gas.
Gas ingegooi, teruggekom met die gaskan, neergesit en toe loop ons merchant toe.
We went to where the gas was filled up, we went back home, and the gas, after the gas was filled up, we went back home, and we went to the merchant.
En toe ons koop and I can't make out the word in Afrikaans, 'n R50 sakkie.
We then bought a 50 rand packet.
Ek en Kelly en Stefano.
Myself, Kelly, and Stephanos.
Ons het teruggekom en die sakkie gerook.
We came back and we smoked the packet.
Meneer, toe raak het 6:15.
So it was around, got around about 6:15.
Turn the page. Toe gaan ek en Stefano die microwave se geld kry. Sy geld by Fixer haal.
Then myself and Stephanos went to go fetch the microwave money from Fixer.
Daarvan af het ek en Stefano weer teruggeloop merchant toe, meneer.
From there, myself and Stephanos walked again to the merchant, sir.
En ons het opgegaan na Stefano se huis toe en ons het die drugs wat ons gaan koop het by die merchant gaan rook by Stefano se huis.
We went to Stephanos' house where we got both the drugs from the merchant and then went to Stephanos' house to smoke the drugs.
Tot en met voor load shedding klaarmaak, meneer.
Till the time that load shedding was over, sir.
Tot met 11:30 en 12:00, Ekke en Stefano en Irwin en Fafa, ons het van Stefano se huis afgeloop.
That was around about 11:30 till 12 o'clock, where myself, Trevino, Rafa.
I read it as Fafa, I think, but we're reading the policeman's handwriting.
Yes, my lord. And Fafa, okay, I will choose it. Myself, Trevino, and Fafa, we went to Stefano's house.
We walked from Stefano's.
We walked from Stefano's house, my lord.
Toe ons klaar gerook het.
After we finished smoking, or after we were done smoking.
En Fafa en Stefano het net halfpad geloop.
Fafa and Stefano just walked halfway.
Saam met ek en Irwin.
With myself and Irwin.
Toe ek en Irwin by die huis kom.
When myself and Irwin got home.
Daaronder by my huis.
By my house, there at the bottom of my house.
Toe sien ek Kelly het die polisie gekontak en vir Joshlin vermis aangekla.
I saw that Kelly contacted the police and reported Joshlin missing.
Daai was omtrent so die nag 12:00 se kant wat ek by die huis was.
That was around about 12 o'clock the night when I got home.
Dis al, meneer.
That's all, sir.
Then we're going to turn to page 20 with the questions. So the questions on page 20, the first question was, die R20,000 waarvan jy praat, weet jy waarvoor dit was?
The 20,000 rand you're talking about, you know what is that for?
En die antwoord?
The answer?
Die R20,000 was so te sê vir verruiling vir die kind, meneer.
The 20,000 rand was for the exchange of the child, sir.
Question, vraag, watter kind?
What child?
Antwoord, Joshlin.
Answer, Joshlin.
Question, so julle het die kind verkoop?
So you sold the child?
Nie ons nie, meneer. Kelly en Makalimo, hulle het gepraat.
Not us, sir. Kelly and Makalima, they spoke.
Vraag: hoeveel sou jy van die R20,000 kry?
How much were you going to get from of the 20,000 rand?
Antwoord: Kelly het nog niks vir my gesê hoe die geld kat werk nie.
Kelly did not tell me how is the money,
The cut is the division or shares.
share of the money is going to work.
Sy het net met Stefano gepraat.
She just spoke with Stefano.
Vraag: nou hoe weet jy sy het met Stefano gepraat?
Now, how do you know that she spoke with Stefano?
Antwoord: sy het vir Stefano gesê hy moet saam mee loop, sy gaan vir hom iets gee.
He spoke with Stefano, said that must work with me, he's going to give him something.
Vraag: weet jy nie wat met Joshlin sou gebeur as hy klaar verkoop is nie?
You know what was going to happen with Joshlin after she'd been sold?
Nee meneer.
No, sir.
Vraag: so Raquel Smith en Kelly is dieselfde persoon?
So Raquel Smith and Kelly is the same person?
Antwoord: ja meneer.
Answer: yes, sir.
Vraag: wie is Makalimo, waar bly sy en wat doen sy?
Question: who is Makalima, where does she stay and what does she do?
Antwoord: ek het die adres gisteraand uitgewys meneer. Sy koop klomp goed by almal in.
I pointed out the address last night, sir, and she buys a lot of things by everyone.
Vraag: weet jy waar Joshlin nou is?
Question: do you know where Joshlin is now?
Antwoord: nee meneer.
Answer: no, sir.
Vraag: Joshlin het nie skool toe gegaan daai dag nie.
Question: Joshlin did not go to school that day.
Antwoord: nee meneer.
Answer: no, sir.
Vraag: weet jy hoekom nie?
Question: do you know why not?
Antwoord:
Answer:
meneer, dis blykbaar omdat hulle skoolklere vuil was.
Sir, it's because of the school clothes was dirty.
Vraag: weet jy wanneer Kelly en Makalimo gepraat het oor die seil van Joshlin?
Question: do you know when Kelly and Makalima spoke about the selling of Joshlin?
Antwoord: nee meneer.
Answer: no, sir.
That's the end of the statement and the questions and answers in Exhibit K. Well, wasn't that bad, Ms. Malani?
No, it was not, my lord. I didn't want to do injustice of rushing through it and reading English and Afrikaans at the same time.
Good.
But I appreciate the assistance of the court, my lord.
Good. Thank you. So now we've corrected the record so that it's complete. I take it we've run out of witnesses.
Yes, my lord, we will proceed on Monday.
8:30?
In order.
8:30? Monday? Everybody happy? So we're going to adjourn till Monday, the 7th of April at 8:30 in the morning. Accused number 1 and 2, you're going to be held in Malmesbury Correctional Center, Ms. Smith in Langebaan Saps, and Mr. Van Rijn. I have already done the notification to the prison, as I've explained to you earlier. So the court will adjourn.